Alright, let's get started. Welcome everyone. I hope everyone's going well. And Erison, welcome. I hope you're going well. Yeah, tonight we're continuing on with what we did last stream, with the frustrations with date times. Hopefully this time it just clicks and all that kind of stuff. I'm still not a fan of what we had to actually do. I'm still not a fan that this is throwing up an error when in reality it shouldn't be throwing up an error. Because, yeah, that doesn't make any sense. However, what I did was I had a look at NearVim, and I had a couple of linters and all that kind of fun stuff in there, and it was also throwing up the same issue. So I don't know why it's doing that. Who knows? So yeah, I'll figure it out. But it seems to be working, and the idea is we'll do unit tests to cover all our sort of test cases to be like, all right, cool. Is it going to be this, and yeah. Alright, we also got to still do the check validation. We also got to handle the min-max dates and so forth like that, which I think these won't work at the moment, but we'll test those out. And yeah, so let's just jump right back in. Let's try and figure out where I was. I am just going to go sites welk UI npm run dev. Yeah, run dev. That will give us this, which I can just reload. And down here, we've got that running in now. So I'm happy with that. So yeah, that was really annoying getting it to work like that. However, if I open up this, it looks like I can put in a random date. I haven't set the limit of that just yet, so yeah. What's probably going to happen is where's my computed module? So with the date time model, you know how we got the getters and the setters? We might actually have another getter that handles the conversion and so forth like that. So yeah, but the good news is we don't need to worry about the setting of it. It'll just be getters. So yeah, it'll be copying. It's pretty much this code right here. That's it. We can extract that out and have it as a function. Then again, the model. Yeah, I'm using Ubuntu. I'm just a vanilla Ubuntu type of user, nothing special. I've been using Linux for, 23 years. Yeah, almost 23 years. August this year will be 23 years. A long time ago, I went distro hopping and stuff like that. I'm at this point where I'm like, you know what? Ubuntu works. It works for me. I know where everything is. So, yeah. I'm not fussed what other people use. Use what is productive for you. Sorry, I just realized that ball's going to make a lot of noise. I have these balls to fidget with. Less noise. Alright. So in this sort of case, I've just got to find out what the type is. So yeah, I still need this. I can't make it as generic as possible, which is a pity, but I'm not too fussed about. I mean, I can do it. I can make it very, very generic, but then we're overly complicating the code. Well. Anyway, we've just hit our first ad break on Twitch. We run ads every half an hour on Twitch to stop the pre-rolled ads because the pre-rolled ads suck. So yeah, we'll be like this for about 90 seconds, making sure no one misses out on any content. But we tend to talk and do random stuff, right, in this sort of time. So yeah, hopefully everyone's going well. It is Friday. I am ready to absolutely try and get this datetime module out the door. And the great news is, once I do the datetime module, the time module and the date module will be done too. I just got to refactor a few little tiny things of it. Yeah. You recommend to use? I asked because I wanted. Yeah, VueJS is pretty easy to use. If you want to actually try it without actually, there's two ways of doing this, which I recommend. One is if you've got a spare computer. It doesn't need to be brand new. It can be a very old machine. Let's say a laptop that you stopped using 5 years ago or something like that. You can install it on there just to try it out, and that way you're not losing a work machine or anything like that. The second one is you can look at VirtualBox, which allows you to run other operating systems within your either Mac or Windows environment, in which case you can try it out there. Those are my two recommended ways of getting into Linux. Because if you screw up in either one of those environments, you haven't destroyed your working computer. So, yeah. And you can install Linux on a very, very old machine. So, yeah. The only thing you've really got to pay attention to, and it's not so much of a... I'm just going to Ubuntu, just so I can actually point it out. When you go to the downloads now, the only thing you've really got to... Did I go to the downloads or I went on something else? I went on something else. All right. Okay. No. Ubuntu doesn't need to worry about it. Intel AMD 64-bit architecture. That's pretty much it. If you're doing it on a Mac, it's a lot harder. Back when I was started, there was a bunch of different architectures and so forth like that. You had the 32-bit, you had the 64, you had the x86, and all that kind of fun stuff. But yeah, nowadays it's a lot simpler. But you do have ARM architecture though, so yeah, you just need to download the correct architecture. And that's it. That's the hardest thing you got to do. But yeah, no, it'll be good to jump in and try things out and look at things at a different perspective and so forth, especially with operating systems. I use Mac for work, so I'm quite used to also using Mac. Fun thing is, I just realized the other day, I don't have a Windows machine in my place, and I very rarely use Windows, to the point I don't know how to fix them anymore. Alright, so another thing that we've got to do, I'm just going to turn the music down for me. That shouldn't affect you guys. Alright, cool. And hopefully it's not too loud for you. Alright. So that's for translation. Is required. Alright, we got a couple of things to do. We got to check the validation. That's just a label. Always required. We've got a max date. And I really should rename this from datetime component to datetime picker. Oops. Didn't want to rename the tests. So I'm just going to refactor that. I'm just going to do that, and I'm also going to do it with the tests. All right. So we've got max and min date. I want to get those in. Now, in this sort of case, I'm purposely putting in date fields in here. I'm not I'm not dealing with strings or anything like that. I'm just having a quick think, being like, what's... Because I can, and I do have the ability to do it. I'm actually going to extend that. So very much like the model, and so we've got the model coming in through here. We kind of want the same thing with this down here. And I'm just going to paste this in for both of these. We do need something at the end like that. Required is going to be false. The defaults is going to be this. I'm going to change that to that. Actually, I'm going to change it to that. Actually, what is the max date in JavaScript? Because there is a max number for integers, which... Alright, the spec is measured in milliseconds since that, and the time leap seconds are ignored. Alright. It is assumed that there are exactly milliseconds per day. Alright. Based on the paragraph, we can get a precise earliest date to be which is... But I was wondering which is the minimum and maximum date allowed for the JavaScript object. I found that the minimum date is something like but I couldn't get any reference to it. I want the maximum date. Alright. The year of the maximum date is actually, alright. BCE. Full common era. Okay. We learn new things every day. Indeed, is actually BCE because JavaScript's date along with 0 to do it. Alright, cool. Alright. I'm going to say 3,000 will be a very safe number. Yeah, to state as the maximum. Alright. So we're going to have to actually take these and pass them through. So we're going to have a computed for both of them. That's just because the user who's using this might put a string in one and a date in another, and I've just got to confirm all of that. However, that being said, no, I still need a compute for both of them. The compute will need to handle it. However, that also being said, is I need another function in here called convert date time. Convert data input. And what that's going to do is it's going to handle this. And RW Grim, hey again, I should say, because I saw you in your stream. I'm assuming you're ready and running. Welcome everyone from RW Grimm's stream. I am Robotic Head. I usually work on a project management system called NearBeach. However, today I'm working on something a little bit different. I'm working on Welk. So whilst sort of doing the refactoring of NearBeach, so we've got a mock-up which is a little out of date at the moment because I want to change quite a lot of things. I'm glad I did the mock-up and not jump straight into it. I realized that a lot of these components on here, I kind of want them to be used in another project which I want to actually start after the deployment of the 032 environment. So I've started Welk, which is a type of shell that you find near the beach. Yeah, one of these. And essentially we're creating a Vue component library that it's more of a shell of a component library. So dumb components, very, very dumb components. You put data in, it just handles some cases for you, which we're having to deal with the date time pickers and stuff like that. And the ability for it to be customizable using just CSS variables. So yeah. That's what we're working on today. We still are working on NearBeach. It's more of a juggle, like we've got to get a couple of these components fixed and done, and then we move back into NearBeach and we use those components on NearBeach and so forth like that. So at the moment, it's quite literally a juggling act of getting everything done. So yeah, welcome everyone. So yeah, some changes which I want to actually do is I want to reintroduce the tabs, but not put everything under tabs like I did with the old version of NearBeach. I'm happy with this card here. I'm happy with the first two cards here. But, and I put my decision up on the whiteboard, I want to move notes, linked object, and project documentation into their own tabs here. And then I want another tab that will contain the stakeholders, public links, and sprint planning. That way, I think it'll look a lot nicer and not a lot cleaner in here without so much information on here. So yeah. Welcome to my world. Yeah, I know it feels slow at times, you know, when you're like, you do a little bit here, you do a little bit here, you do a little bit here, but it's meant to help the bigger project, and the bigger projects just, yeah. I'm hoping to get Welk at a particular state by the end of this month that it just becomes one or two components every month from here on out. So yeah, another thing which I've got to do is get VueJS, and so we're deciding to ditch Tiny Mouse, and there's a couple of reasons why. One is just the bugs in it with the wrapper and all that kind of stuff, and I was like, I need to go back to very, very basic sort of stuff. I got recommended this, I had a look at this, I've read some of the API documentation, all that kind of stuff, and I'm like, yeah, I could potentially either build a wrapper for this or try and get it to work natively. So yeah, it's another thing I gotta do. Yeah, I've heard it's really, really nice, and I will admit I do like it. It is also very, very tiny compared to Tiny Mouse, which is getting rather big. But yeah, we've had a couple of releases in the last couple of years where they've done a release and something's broken, and it's because I'm at the mercy of the wrapper. There's been a couple of security sort of issues that could not be fixed, and I'm just like, I need something where if something like that happens, I can jump into it and update the VueJS library to fix those security issues, or I can fix those broken problems. Yeah. Another issue we had with Tiny Mouse is we we host the thing on our own CDN and stuff like that, and yet we're getting like little warnings saying not to. Yeah, there was a bug pushed where if you were hosting it yourself, it was still popping up being like, this isn't a free thing and all that. I forgot what the error was, which was beyond annoying for me. So, yeah. I mean, it was great one day, but I think, yeah, it's not as good as what it used to be, which is sad. All right, what I want to do is I want to actually cut this out of here. Oops. I want to go up here. I just want to paste it in like this. We need to change value. I mean, I could change all of that, or I could do that. And I don't need any of that when actually. Done. And then I scroll down here to the handle dates. And then what I want to do, return this dot format date, and we'll just pass through the value. Oh, we don't need this. Sorry, this is force of habit. Format date. Did I have format date? Oh, convert date to input. There we go. Done. It's a tiny mess, yeah. Yeah. I know Umbraco still uses it. Yeah, we'll just... I need that little bit more control at the moment. So, yeah. Alright, so... These are great. We're going to be reusing these, because it doesn't matter what I put in here. It'll just use it. What I want to do is I want to do this with the max date. So we've got date time model. Now, yeah, we still want this as a computed, and the reason being is someone could make a change, and we want that change to flow down. So yeah, these will still be computed. So we've got computed, there's the date time, these are normal functions, so I'm just going to label that as such. Hang on, that's one big getter and setter. These are define functions, like so. We'll get down to that function in a minute. What I want to do is, we've got max date, min date. Const max date computed equals computed. I'm happy to have it like that. In this sort of case, we only need the gets. Yeah, so getter is perfectly fine in this sort of case. And in reality, it's pretty much this. There's a bit of code right here. And socks is here. Except this now goes max date, like so. Oh, props up max date, like so. Now, this is very similar to this. We can make this generic. The only... It's just this. That's the only thing different. I'm just having a quick think how I could actually pass that through. Yeah, that's going to be... All right, I've got an idea how I can do this. Yep, no, got an idea. So I'm going to cut this out. We're going to scroll down here. Oh, what, before I do, what is the function going to be called? So what we're doing is... We can't call it handle dates or anything like that. We can say initial handle. All right, cool. Oops, sorry, Socks, I've got to move your pause out of the way. We go return init handle dates. In this sort of case, what we want to pass through would be the model dot value, and we want to state that this is the date time model. All right, and then down here we've got the init handle date. I'll come back to this. Oh, technically this will be the value. And then we'll have... All right, I will do the cube in 1 second. I just need to figure out how I want to, what the values I want to state. We'll put that as field, and that will be a string. And then what I want to do is I just want to paste all of that in, and then we'll handle all of that. All right, Rubik's Cube time. Can I please get a color from you? So, if you know Rubik's Cubes, you'll know the colors. If not, you've got the choice of yellow, red, white, orange, green, or blue. And yes, Socks is sitting in the way. Oh, there we go. Red, easy done. All right, cool. I'll do a few more like this, but all right, so we've got red. That's got to be the side. All right, let's just do this. Do that. I've got to do that. That's. All right, there we go. There's the red side. Now we can complete the rest. I've pretty much almost got the top sorted. I did that very, very quickly. And there we go. So yeah, I've still got to learn a number of algorithms to get that faster. I just haven't sat down and learnt them. So you'll probably see that I get one side, one line instead of one side, two lines straight away. Another thing I do is I haven't got all the algorithms for the top yet. I only have a few. So yeah, one day I'll learn some more. And I'll knock another 10 seconds off. So, yeah. All right, let's get back into it. This time the Socks is not standing in the way. So, I know last time she was standing in the way. All right, what we want to do is we want to determine the type for the value, because then we handle these. And then for the field, what we want to do is, I'm just going to and that doesn't translate very well. And hey, Sherry, how are you going? I'm going good, thank you very much. How are you going on this Friday? Hopefully good. So, yeah. All right, for those wondering why I've just had a little bit of a pause. Yeah, I kind of don't want English to be in here. The reason being is there might be users who want to override it with their own language and so forth like that, and I don't want the errors popping up like this. Yeah, I'm just wondering how I can actually tackle this problem in an elegant way. So I'm gonna undo this. So we've got the invalidate error. Now that should only be appearing if we get down here. All right. I'm going to put a boolean in there, and what I'm going to call this is I'm going to go show error. It's going to be a boolean if show error we do need an else in this sort of case. What we'll do is we'll fall on a console warning. Field there we go. Boolean. Oh. I'm just wondering how I can actually tell the user without having to port down, show more fields and all that kind of fun stuff. This is an edge case. Yeah, all right. I'm just gonna do that. Keep it like that. Ooh, we've hit another ad break on Twitch. Welcome everyone. So for those wondering what's happening on Twitch has ads, that's just pre-rolled ads because the pre-rolled ads suck. Yeah, I tend to do this so no one misses out on any content. So yeah, hopefully everyone's going well. Just wondering that there's a little bit of light in the background. If you have a look right there, is that me doing that? Oh, it's this. Alright, cool. So I'm just getting distracted by things. So yeah, about 40 seconds left of the ads, and then we'll get right back into it. I also need a new webcam. Just realizing how out of focus it is. So, alright, I'm glad it's Friday. It'll be nice. I've got to clean up this place tomorrow morning. Very quickly, too. So, yeah. Might do the dishes, might neaten up some stuff. I need a new bookshelf. My bookshelf is chockers at the moment behind me. I have a couple of other bookshelves in the house, and let's just say they're filled to the brim. So, yeah. Alright. With this, what I'm going to do is, yeah, if they're show error, I'll show it on the thing. For the other ones, I'll be false. So, max date compute, this will be a bit different now. So, this, flat surfaces become an issue at a certain point. Yes, yes, I have a kitchen table, which I've got to clean. It's got a lot of my gardening stuff on there, so I grow a lot of seedlings and so forth like that. At the moment, a lot of dragon's breath. If you've... Ooh, this is still in the Mac key layer. All right, cool, there we go. So, I'm growing these. They are very hot. Yeah, so very, very hot. I love them, but I will admit they are extremely hot, and I have an extremely high tolerance to chilies. Like to the point, California Reapers, I had them and I was like, yeah, these are okay. Like, I could feel the hotness, but this beats it. It's pretty much twice as hot, or almost. But it has been beaten by Pepper X, though, and I can't get Pepper X. So, yeah, I've got a bunch of these growing because I know a bunch of people who really like chilies. And I've given out my last couple of small plants of Dragon's Breath. So yeah, I've got to grow some more. I still have my 2 from last year and 1 which I've been growing for nearly 18 months. Yeah, the problem with them is they take 18 months to actually, before they start producing chilies. That's how, they're just long. They just take that long. Alright, so this will be a simple return. This is init handle date. So what we'll need is props dot, this is max date, and the show error is going to be false. We'll have the min date compute down here as well. It'll be return initial min date, return false. So we're happy with those computes. Wow, to how hot the chili is, yeah. So yeah, I've just got to clean up my seedling area at the moment, and that, and also I've got a bunch of toilet roll tubes in that area, and I want to do this, and I specifically want to do it for leeks, because leeks have a long sort of root system. I've had problems with leeks that I started growing them in ideal conditions, but I planted them into the garden and they've died. It's just like a plant that doesn't like to have their root ball system sort of messed with, which is fair enough. Onions are the same thing. However, whenever I try and plant seeds in the said part of the garden, which is very ideal for them, they just die. So the workaround is I'll plant them in the tube. They'll grow in the tube, but then I'll put the tube in the ground. The tube will get wet and disintegrate, and then they'll just continue growing. So that's my what I'm going to do. I just have a lot of them at the moment, and it's a little too hot here at the moment to start planting leeks. So hopefully towards the end of the month I'll do that. I'll also need to get more compost for them. So yeah. You did tomatoes and carrots? Nice. I would also recommend basil with tomatoes and nasturtiums, which is what I'm growing. I can't spell it, but it's these plants here. So I'll grow basil and those next to tomatoes. And the idea of these is, you can eat the flowers. I think you can eat the leaves. Google that first, though. But they're a sacrificial plant. No, I didn't want sternums. It went back to sternum. I can't spell. So we're going over here. You eat the leaves. Okay, apparently you can eat the leaves. Veggies are expensive, so time to grow some. Yes, fair enough. I just enjoy eating what I grow. So, and apparently tomatoes are expensive. I don't have many tomatoes at the moment because we didn't have a spring. Bit disappointed about that, because this time last year I was just giving away them. I was just giving away so many. So this year, just none. I haven't even had one. So yeah, it's just been a cold, like we didn't get spring, which was very annoying. Alright, that was a lovely distraction. I am getting back into this. So, we just need to go to the template. I didn't know if, just things. Alright, we'll pass the template. So in here, we have this, which we can now just get rid of, and we can go max date computed. I like the computed in there. It states what's actually happening to it. So if I ever come back here in a couple of months, I can be like, yes, I'm computing all this because I need to have that translation layer. All right, so going with the props, invalidate error, yeah, we're fine with that. Yeah, that's only going to show in one sort of case. Is required. Yep, that's fine. Label. Yep, that's fine. Min and max set, we've just done that, so we're happy with that. Required aria label string. Yep, that's fine. That's just a translation layer added through. Required text. Yep, that's just translation layer added through. Tooltip message. That's, yeah, those are just default type of things. So we're happy with all of that. Now, argument type of string number date undefined is not assignable to the parameter. That type undefined is not accessible in, ooh. No, we shouldn't have undefined up here at all. Oh, and that should be true now. All right, there it go. I have a feeling, and I'm just going to stop this, npm run test unit, that the unit tests are going to suddenly break. Yeah. All right, I do need to handle the unit tests around that. I'm just going to revert that change. We do have it to tackle it. Give me 2 seconds. I'm just trying to remember where I put that computer thing. Okay, so I'm just going to do it, and then I'm just going to do that. I'm just going to stop. I'm going to clear. I'm going to give Socks a little belly rub because she wants a belly rub at the moment. Oh, maybe not. Ah, there goes. She wants a belly rub. She's gone into full lick mode. All right, cool. So we've got missing required prop model value. All right, I'm going to have to Google that, why that's popping up. Because we do have... Yeah, all right. The problem is I can't at the moment because Socks has a little paws around my arm and she's bringing it closer to her. She's giving me a really good licking at the moment. So I'm going to have to do that. Oh, she stopped. All right, cool. Just got to copy that. This week test warning occurs because the view component expects a V model prop that is not provided during testing. To fix this by passing the model value prop in mount or shallow mount. Okay, cool. So let's go back to our tests. Let's just scroll up. So we've got model date. Is it as simple as that? I think it was just as simple as that. I'm just going to rerun the tests. It's passed everything. Everyone's happy. I'm happy. All right. Cool. Easy done. Passing all those tests. We're going to be writing a lot of tests for the time stuff. We've got to confirm a lot of things. So that's going to be a lot of fun. For example, I've just got to make sure it renders out the correct dates and times and all that kind of stuff if we pass through a certain value and so forth like that. I probably also got to handle certain dates and so forth like that. Yeah. I'm just trying to think. Yeah, I've just got to handle a bunch of stuff. Let's just say that. Anyway, Socks has run off. All right, going back into here. I'm just going to hit we've stopped it. All right, npm run dev. So scrolling down here, we've got all of this. I'm happy with how that's showing up. Sorry, I'm just giving it a good think. It'll be view unit tests, test model output. Or it'll be actually computed. So Yeah, no, I know how to do this. The idea being is I'll key stuff in at the model level and then I'll test what it says down here. So if I actually grab that, that's import start date. I'm just going to, whoop. Give me 2 secs. I'm just going to move that over here. And what I want to do is I want to go var a equals document.get element by ID. We're just going to put that in there like that, and we should have that in there. So if I type in that dot value, we're getting that. So if I key in certain date times, I need to figure out how I can handle time zones. Because one thing I want to do is I want to make sure, let's say the server's in UTC time and I'm in Australia. Okay, cool, great example. I'm at 11 hours ahead at the moment, 10 for the rest of the year. What I could potentially do is go in here, send in UTC time and check to make sure it matches certain Australia time in that time zone. And if I keep all the tests in Australian time zone, it should be fine. Famous last words. Yeah, I just got a bunch of testing to do, especially around time zones. Making sure it converts in and then converts back to. So if I make a change here, let's say I'm like, oh, wait. There we go. It then changes to 1 a.m. UTC time as a model output. And the model will be fine with those changes. Yeah. Ooh. Oh. All right, so I'm just having a quick think. It's the conversion back for the model. Now, the string case itself won't work because the person could easily put in a string. Yeah, all right. This is one of those things where it just gets complicated and complicated and complicated just to fix up a few things. Because there's definitely edge cases here. So, one way that you can display a time date is an integer, as an integer. It's the number of milliseconds from the 1st of January, 1970. Problem is, if you put that in a string, my code will handle that. It does a check and be like, hey, hang on a minute, this is actually a number. And then it converts it into a date time using that as a number instead of using the string. I then want the same format to be placed back, given to the set back in the model. The reason being is there might be a legit case of them pushing through it as a string, in which case I want them to handle it as a string, and then I want them to get back a string. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I need a ref. And it's just going to be that. Alright. Now, let's start from the top. Model.type equals value, and then I'm going to put in number string in here. And then down here, I'm going to go model type dot. That's just going to be, yeah, date string. No, this is going to be a problem because these are all generics. Alright. Oh, that was you, socks. Yeah. Alright, sorry. I just need to think at the moment how I could handle this. Yeah, no sucks. I could pass through a variable to get the type out. We could get that fairly easily. Oops. But it does require extra work. In this sort of case, still handles that perfectly fine. That then... Yeah, oh, sorry, my God. I think this is something we just got to document. If it becomes a problem with someone else later down the track, we're going to have to be like, all right, cool. We're going to have to do something silly to get this to work. But that's fine. All right, the last thing I kind of want to do with this is check validation. So, to do check if required, aka not blank. To do check min versus max. So I'm just having a quick think. So there's a couple of problems which I can see here at the moment. If you change the date and stuff like that, that date for this check validation might not have the correct date in the model because it's got to go up the stream and so forth like that. I can't fetch it can I? No, I can't fetch it. So this is going to be a next tick type of thing. So going up to the top of the page, what we want to do is we're just going to go all over here. We're just going to go next tick. Easy done. I don't know where it is. There you go. So check validation. So this definitely needs to be a next tick. So I'm going to say wait till next tick as the model needs to be updated. And then what is actually going to happen is it's going to be next tick. I believe it's like that, if memory serves me correctly. Condition 1. So if model.value equals nothing and props.is required is true, we need to have error message.value equals props.invalidate error. Has error equals true. All right. So that's condition 1. The other condition is if actually it won't be the model.value because we convert it. It'll be the date time model. Time model dot value. There we go. All right, cool. So datetime dot value. I've got all that, and then it'll also be. This is where we've got to double check all the date times and stuff like that. In this sort of case, we don't need it doing any more work and return there. Check the date range. So that will be const date time model equals new date dot value const max date equals new max date computed dot value min date, and we've just hit another ad break. All right, cool. I'm going to be right back. I need a drink of water, so yeah, I won't be long. Okay. I'm also going to stand. fall off. That's all good. I'll just kind of cover a few things out, that's fine. Right, how are we with our ads? We've got about 20 seconds left. And then we can start again. So yeah, I might. There we go. Caused a lot of trouble, aren't I? All right, 5 seconds. All right. Oh, went to the wrong screen. Welcome back, everyone. All right, so I just need to go is new date dot value. Ooh. No, these max computed values. Should be returning a string. And only a string. Also, hang on. No, it gets more complicated than that. This is max date computed dot value does not equal this. Just having a think about this. There will be times when the validation does hurt a user. If the data is already set to that date prior to the min date or after the max date, yeah, I don't want that. I don't want an error popping up. Because user could be backdating stuff. Or looking at old tickets and stuff like that, and that's just going to cause a problem. Alright, I'm going to just leave it as that. I'm not going to check for those. I think this is perfectly fine. Alright, so that should be perfectly fine. This is going to be a bit different. I'm just going to go model.value equals value. And I'm going to go and yep, that will be a number. All right. So that would be let value of number string object equal null. And then we don't need to declare it like that. Still has problems. Sorry. This will be model value. All right, and then it still throws up an error down here. Type string number object is not assignable to type string object date. Okay, that's how we get past all of that. All right, so that's now fixed. Easy done. What else can I do? All right. I think I'm done. I do need to write all the tests. That definitely does need to happen. Well, oh, I don't have my browsers open. Let's bring down. Oh, do I already have it open? Oh, I already had it open. All right, cool. So this would be for date time picker. We need to deal with its accessibility, so we're going to bring it up to the top. We're also going to create a date picker too. And I'm going to have that as a separate component. The idea being is we want these as dumb components. We're not going to have it where you can be like, all right, I want this to be a time picker or a date picker, or change the values all the time. And no. That's not what we're doing here. I'll need to do its unit testing. Also, the toggle between two states. I'm just going to move a couple of these back here. And there you go. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome. I do hope you are enjoying my content. So, yeah. I am going to have a quick look. We're also going to put that onto there, and the time picker we're also going to put on there because they're going to be very, very similar to the point that we just need to format the formatter of it. So yeah, first time here, well, welcome. Yeah, we're building Welk, which will be used in NearBeach. So yeah, it's a shell component library for VueJS. The idea being is it's got some very dumb components in it, and then all the business logic will happen outside of it. So yeah. So we're pretty much finish the date time picker, which is just going to be this. Once again, very dumb. All right. And this will look actually different on Safari and your phones and so forth like that. So yeah. All right. I do need to do the unit test for that. Test different. All right, cool. To do test different many different times. and make sure the input, yeah, that's it, many different times. So we'll need to also test, also there'll be the to-do test the setter for the computer. So yeah, we'll need to test that. I don't know how we can test it. Yeah, I'm going to have to think about that one. We won't tackle the testing for this particular component tonight. I'm just not in the mood after the Wednesday nights dealing with the JavaScript and the date times and stuff like that. So yeah, skill issue, I understand, but I learn a lot and I still think it's silly. All right. I'm going to close this one for the moment. What did I want to do? Oh, sorry. Be odd. I do want to clone this. I don't have a time picker in here at the moment, so what we're going to do is we're just going to copy, and we're going to, before I do, hang on. Let's have a look at the CSS. I don't think I got to the CSS part of the thing. So yeah, we haven't started doing any of this yet. So I'm happy with that. I'm happy with all of those. I'm not happy with that, but we'll make them all generic. Font size, once again, font size, line height. We're going to, the user will do that on their side with their CSS. The idea is any of the CSS that they've got in here, they can override with a simple variable. However, we'll make Welcome look nice enough that it could be implemented as is. You might go, oh, I like the sizing of Welk. Oh, I can do this. In which case, yeah, we'll be fine with it. All right, Socks, are you gonna help me? She's like, nah. You're gonna give me, oh, I wanted a hug. She's like, nah, it's off. I'm like, Socks. Now, the large screen and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, that's gonna be, yeah, that's going to be set by them. Font size, line height, that's going to be set by them. Font, line height, yeah, that's going to be set by them. Font size, line height. So we've got the margins. In which case, these will be somewhat very generic because this is an input field. All right, the padding, once again, all of this will be sort of generic. I don't think we're going to change that. Outline. Yeah, all right. We're definitely going to have some generic stuff. Just because with the checkboxes, we're doing something with the checkboxes that's sort of separate. The cards were completely separate, same with the buttons. With the datetime picker, we've got an input this time. In which case, we'll need to key through a sort of standard between all the inputs. You kind of want things working the same. So if someone selects a particular field, you kind of want a particular color to pop up to state, hey, I am selected. In which case we are probably going to use border styles, or we could potentially use inputs for this, which I think is going to be better. That way we can make the inputs look different to the card borders and the button borders and so forth like that. All right. I know once I get this all done and sorted, I'm going to come back and be like, I know a little bit better how to do things now, and I'm just going to get things done a lot better, and I'm going to tweak it for version 1. But until then, I'm happy with this. So what we want is we've got styles. We've got the sucks. Careful. We've got the border variables. But these are the borders for the cards and stuff like that. Not necessarily the buttons. And if I go to the mockup, notice how got some borders there and all that kind of stuff. Though the cards don't have borders. Alright, now that I'm thinking about it. Yeah. Alright. Probably going to stick with the borders like this. That's going to be perfectly fine. Though I'm just going to inspect this. Yeah, we got regular border stuff there. All right, cool. That's border style, border width, border radius. All right, yep. I'm going to keep that in here. Gonna keep that, gonna keep all of that. Definitely changing that. Alright, so straight away I'm going to do one called input variables.css. And straight away what we want to do is we want root up here, we want label margin, now we've just got margin bottom in this sort of case, and I can see the other inputs having the exact same way of getting this up, where there'll be no margin at the top, but plenty of margin between the label and that. And we want to be very consistent about this. So straight off the bat, what I want to do is I want to go margin bottom and of course key in all those different values. And you'll notice also in certain cases what we're actually doing. So for example, the checkbox variables, you'll notice that we've got, checkbox padding is 0. And then we set everything up like that. And then we're like, all right, cool. Actually, this one is going to be different. So I'm going to, there's 5. I'm going to go up here. Oops. And this is not a checkbox, but this is a input label. I don't want to just say, then again, label is, it's going to be one of those things. If I don't do it properly here, it's going to kick kick me absolutely hard. All right. Labels are only used on inputs. All right. I'm hoping that doesn't bite me in the ass later. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy all of this. Like so. And then we had 6 pixels down here. We're using REM. So pixel to REM. All right. I like that. Then down here, we're just going to go margin, and we're going to go var, and we're going to go welk, label top. Oh, this is margin, not padding. So straight away, I'm going to go back, and I've got to change all of this. Work smarter, not harder. Yeah, doubles, yep. Oh, I need to include it in the styles. All right, give me 2 seconds. This just needs to be in alphabetical order. This would be input variables, easy done, .css. Welk input I'm just going to copy this. All right, right. Bottom. Oops. Left. All right, so that's how we're handling it. That way, if the user wants to import, make their own changes to it, they can, and do it very, very quickly and so forth. That without having to, deal with their own CSS stuff. They just update the variables. The span, we're happy with the span. The input border style, we're happy with the border style. We're happy with all of that. The border width, we're not happy with. We're actually getting rid of it there. The welk is secondary. Yeah, that's perfectly fine. The compact. Now that's for the label and the input, which will be the same throughout all the different places. So yeah, we'll need a compact version of this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we're just going to go like that. And there we go. And we just have to change the 2 pixels. So this will be 2 pixels to, all right, cool. We can actually do that very, very easily. 1.25, done. I'm happy with that. And then we go back here and it's margin bottom, and we're actually going to grab this. We're just going to paste it like here, and then all we're going to do so easy done. With the padding, oh. I don't see the padding. That's the problem. Padding. It's probably in here, and it's going to be an input padding. Give me 2 seconds. I'm just going to the mock-up itself. So down here, the padding is going to be with the compact, so that is, yeah, 0.25 REM. However, if I undo that, we get some more padding, and the padding's 0.5 REM on all sides. So what I want to do is input variables. So that's margin. Essentially, we want to do the same thing, but for input. And what we're going to call it is welk input padding, and we've got 0.5 REM, which we're happy with. And then we've got welk input, it'll be top padding, and it'll be that. Top, yeah, top right, bottom, and then left. And then I've got to do the same thing with compact. It'll be just like that. And the good thing is, this will be consistent throughout all the different input fields and so forth like that, making it a lot easier for everyone. So going in here, we need padding in here. So I'm just going to go padding, and I'm just going to go var welk input padding. Input, sorry, top padding, and then pretty much var yeah, I've gotten that all wrong, but that's fine. So top right. It's also not letting me do the escapes again. I have to hit the escapes twice. Bottom. And we're in an ad break. Give me 2 seconds and left. Alright, so for those on YouTube wondering what's actually happening, we run ads every half an hour. Yay. That's just to stop the pre-rolled ads because they suck. We do this so no one misses out on any content. So yeah, alright. I'm just wondering if I should get a cup of tea or something like that. I'm like, maybe. I need some more water though. I will be right back, sorry. Alright, I am back with about 25 seconds left of the ads. So, yeah, we are getting there, which is nice. So yeah, once I get the CSS done with this one, the next thing I want to tackle is the tabs, because I know I'm going to need them. And then hopefully if I get the tabs done next stream, I'll be jumping back onto NearBeach and actually dealing with the API, specifically the projects API. I also got to do some unit testing this weekend for the login stuff. Yeah, there's a lot to do at the moment with this massive refactor. So, yeah. Remember, if you are interested in NearBeach, it is working. It's just this refactor is going to take a while. It's in a steady state. And I'll keep updating the base libraries and so forth. I should update the base library tonight. I should do another release. Yeah, I should do another release. Alright, not a problem. We can do that tonight. Anyway. So we've got the input padding done. We just want to copy that. We're just going to paste that into there now. Then... Oh my god, I'm really getting sick of that double escape to hit. Alright. Yeah, I just have to mock up. Yeah, I got the mock up there. There we go. That's looking a lot better. Now I'm noticing border radius is 4 REM. I'm just going to double check that. We're getting rid of the file mask. It is. For convenience, it may help to avoid computing multipliers like EM unit at the cost of reduced cross-browser functionality and general border 2 REM. All right, why have I used 4 REM, and why does it do it only for this, whereas something not all of these are rounded? Alright, no, that's not a problem. Alright, cool. It's working how I expect and stuff like that. These are all rounded too, and I'm like, alright, cool, no, makes sense. Alright, so border width, yep, we're happy with that. Actually, this is how quick we can actually change stuff around. Now that's getting thick. We'll keep it like that. That's looking a lot better. Alright. This one is all done. So we just got to do the unit tests for the timepiece. Once again, I'll come back for that. I'm not too fussed about it. I've got to think about it on the weekend and actually go, how do I want to test this? What's the best way of testing this? How can I actually test a model? How can I test, for example, the Veep test? view test compute setters. Prop setters. All right, cool. How to test the compute prop setter. Yada yada yada. Sort panel. Sort anything. Sort. So yeah, I've got to figure all of that out on the weekend. I just don't want to do it today. I've also got to build out this test thing, so I might create a dev thing. And the idea is the dev thing itself will have a different page for each of the components. There'll be a home page which will handle where you want to go. Yeah. That's something I can build on the weekend. And just thinking how I can simplify everything. One other thing which I just realized I haven't done that needs to be done is I need to pass through is disabled. All right, this is just type boolean. Required false, default is going to be false. We're all happy with that. And we'll also need to test all these different variations and so forth like that to make sure that this works. So going down here, this will then be like so. Now another thing which I just saw is this, the array disabled. When set to true indicates that the element upon which is set or forced through descendants are meant to be disabled. State this declaration will inform people using assistive technology. All right, cool. I like to disable Boolean attribute which will communicate a form control along with the element's value. The only, all right. I mean, I could just put that in. There we go. That's easy. Now, oh. All right. I'm happy with this. So what we do is we'll copy, we'll paste, we'll have a date picker, do another paste, we'll have a time picker. I just need to change just one little tiny thing in there that handles the date time. That's all of the time one. I'll have to get back to the time one. Oh no, we want to handle it as a date and we pass through everything. It's just... Oh. All right. sorry, I'm just thinking how a user will use these components and so forth at that. What I want to do, let's go to console. Let's say user var a equals new date as today, and there's our date, right? They might actually want to split up the components into two separate components, which is fine. That's up to them. That way they can handle the date and time separately. There's a number of really good reasons why to do that. Now, if I have, let's say var b equals new date 1730, that comes through as an invalid date. Which I don't like. If we have a equals new date, let's say 11:30 p.m. and then a is yet invalid date. All right. I'm just thinking. No time zone and international support, no local TS files. Immutable chain. It's getting to the point where I'm honestly thinking I might need to use this. That way, this will be able to extend out all the date functionality, and I can then give that to the user, being like, hey, listen, we've built on top of Luxon. Here we go. I didn't exactly want to include datetime library or anything like that. Give me another second. Input HTML. Can't type HTML. Input type time. What does it store it as? It stores it like that in 24-hour time. Yeah. Unlike many data types, meaning the value reach the highest possible value wrap around. Again, for example, min of. Yep. All right. Cool. All right. Handle time strings. Date.pass. Var a equals date.pass. And this might be an idea with us passing things through. Not a number. Still not a number. Yeah, all right. All right. I'm gonna have to think about this over the weekend. If the install guide is pretty good. All right, cool. I'm just seeing what size it is. I mean, it's 28 kilobytes. I know that's not large. I'll be able to save quite a lot of code myself by using this. I would then be able to handle translations and stuff like that. I'm pretty sure there might be a smaller one. Yeah, no JS yet. Yep, AMD. There is Moment.js. Moment.js, however, yeah, you don't need it anymore. The JavaScript Internationalization API. Intel is a global object that acts as a namespace for Emacs scripts internationalization API regarding the dates. This object provides the following constructors. Yeah, all right, cool. Constructors take two options. All right, cool. Yeah, yada yada yada. I'm not ready to do this myself, clearly. That's why I kind of want to fall on Luxon. That way, what I could potentially do is yeah, allow the user to have their own format and then get them to send through their own format, and then I can copy all of that and handle all of that. All right, import. There's VueJS is a lightweight library alternative to Moment.js. By default, JS comes with the United States English locale. To use other locales, you need to import them by doing this. All right. I like general purpose date libraries such as Momentum Day. Little Date takes a specialized approach. Developed by Vercel, it focuses on formatting date ranges in concise, user-friendly ways, prioritizing readability over simplicity. So from to, yep. We need it in a particular format. All right, I'm gonna have a good think about this on the weekend. In this sort of case, I'm going to delete the date picker and I'm going to delete the time picker. Reason being is that way I can think about how I want to sort of tackle this problem. I don't need something that's going to be a little overkill. I think Luxon might be a little overkill, considering we're just getting the dates and putting them into a date input. We're not having it be a specialized sort of field or anything like that. I don't think we need to translate the dates if it's in that sort of format, because that should be handled by your browser. I just need to get the date times from a string or from a JSON or this or that and key it in appropriately. Okay, cool. So I'll come back to this. But yeah, at 30 kilobytes and stuff like that, that's perfectly fine. I don't think I can tree shake that out any further. Would be cool if I could, but in this sort of case, I don't think I can. I think momentum is a little too large. But yeah, I've used Luxon before. Luxon we currently use. It's great, and it's great for what we use. We actually use it in that. At the moment in that extensibility where we're actually converting dates and so forth like that. However, once again, these are dumb components. We don't need to be that complicated. All right, so we've got the date time field. We've got a drop down field which we should be editing. Yeah, we've got to edit this one. Yeah, oh, sorry. Big yawn coming. Yeah, I just got to sit down and edit this one. It'll be pretty easy. We won't need the interfaces. No, we will need the interfaces. All right, cool. All right. In which case we'll have types. In which case then I need to think about how I can give users those types, the interfaces at least. Okay, no problem. We're not going to do the drop down tonight. I know we're trying to go from top to bottom, but in this sort of case, as I was dealing with stuff today, I realized I need tabs. So before I start anything, I'm going to go get Bootstrap. We're going to search for tabs. And I'm a little curious about that. Get security updates for Bootstrap 3 and 4. Wow. Secure drop-in replacement for 2 and 4. It just takes a few minutes to set up. All right. Cool. End of life. Yep. I'll let that elimination. Yeah. All right. With the tabs, we kind of want to do something like this. I'm just having a look at this class. Area current equals page. Yep. All right, cool. There's also pills versions of it. And so forth like that. All right. So, Tailwind CSS tabs. I had a quick look at stuff today. I opened up that one twice. I'll bump that off to the right. All right, yeah, we could do something like this. Very, very simple to do. I've just got to figure out how we can set this up. Yeah. With the idea that the user would be able to use the slots to easily create these tabs and so forth like that. And have it all work together. You know, just thinking what to do. And how the user will end up using them. All right, give me 2 seconds. VueJS slots. Dynamic director arguments also work on vslots, allowing the definition of dynamic slot names. Yeah, oh, all right. Big on. All right. Yeah, we've got the header and all that kind of stuff. We don't. The idea is I want this as easy as possible for the user. Just trying to think how I can do it. Oh, we've reached an ad break. All right. Wow, that was quick with that ad break. All right. All right. One of the things or problems I have is those tabs could be any components. We definitely need slots to fit in there. However, I need the end user to be like, all right, cool, I want to fit this stuff in, yay. Also, at the same time, I want the user to be able to be like, I get it to do as much stuff automatic as possible. So if the user creates a new tab in there, can I get it to show up automatically? Or will the user require to do it? And yeah, what properties are going to happen? What's the default tab open? All that kind of fun stuff. Oh, I just dropped the thing. Yeah. Damn it. Okay. Alright, welcome back everyone. As I think about this. Alright, I'm going to create the folder tabs component. Like so. I'm just going to go new view file in there. We're just going to go tabs component. What I mean is I would want something like, let's say tab header. And then the usual, the user key and a label. Like that. All right. I'm gonna get some bootstrap stuff. We're just doing basic sort of tabs, so I'm just gonna copy this. The reason being is I kind of want to visualize the layout as I'm thinking this out. So that's the tabs up there. Base nav, navigation, available. Alright, that's menu stuff. Alright, yeah, that is menu stuff. That's there's nothing to do with tab components. What are they called? Sorry, give me 2 seconds. They are nav items. Tab pane. All right, that's what we want. I'm just getting rid of that. We're just going to do that. That's how Bootstrap is set up to do that. However, when we set everything up, we want everything to be sort of locally connected. And I'm just thinking, how's that going to be possible? I mean, I can make this as dumb as possible so that the user still has to do something like this. Or the developer still has to do something like this. don't want them doing something where they've essentially got to build some JSX type of situation to feed data into it, just to save it looking nice here. All right, let's just. So at the top of the food train, we will have a tab container. Under there, so the tab container will contain everything like this. It'll just contain it so the user doesn't need to worry. Under there, we'll have a tab header, which will contain this. Which underneath that, oh, you piss off. Under there will contain tab header item. All right, which will contain one of these. Now, what we could do, we could feed specific data into here about the label and the ID, the 4. That could work perfectly fine. That will work perfectly fine. Then and this is where I'm thinking, can slots be dynamic? So in slots in here, we've got dynamic slot names. So we've got the base layout, we pass down the dynamic slot name. Oh well, those will be the... And I will have to test this. If I have multiple slots, like that, where we've got it like that, where we've got name equals like that. Then I'm just thinking out aloud, what I could potentially do is get the user, when they're building their thing, have the names like, not like that, they'll have that like that, they'll do templates, so header, yeah, do something like that. Have templates instead. And then when I'm rendering stuff, yeah, I think I got an idea. So it's a bit of twofold. So we'll still have that there, and then what we'll have is we'll then have a tab body, and then user feeds templates into tab body. And I think that is the solution that we require. So all of this will be automated. We just need a tab body which will actually be the tab container itself, because then I can wrap stuff around it. All right, I'm liking this idea. I'm gonna leave tab component here for the moment. I'm gonna move that over there. I'm going to go. Oh, I do need to name a tab component, don't I? I'm just having a look at what these guys are doing. I could call this content tabs. But everywhere else calls them tabs. Yeah, alright. Alright. I'm gonna rename this one. Yeah, that's fine. Now, yeah, tabs component. We're gonna add that in. What we want is we want a div class equals welc tabs component. Like so, we're happy with that. We want welc tabs component like that. We'll figure out what variables and stuff we need in a bit. So we are also going to need a tabs header section, and then tabs header item. Now I could pass the data into here with the tab components. Have it handle all the dynamic names and all that kind of stuff. But first, I know I'm going to need rel from view. Find rel. Sorry, not rel. Ref. Const. Current tab equals ref. That's going to actually be a 0. Current tab index. Yeah. I'm just wondering if I don't think we want to pass that down as a prop or a model, I should say. I think having it here is perfectly fine, but we do also need props. So we need to define props. Const props equals I'm going to define some props, and what we've got is we'll have a tab list. It's going to be an array, but we're going to limit this down. And what I mean by that is we need to know what values we kind of want to actually show. I'm just going to leave it as a value for the moment. We are working with types, so we do want to have that sort of strictness to it. All right, so we've got a tab list, required equals true. Essentially, we do need more than one in here. Oh. Yeah, all right. Hang on. All right, that will stay there for the moment. All right. We're just pretending this is an array of strings. We're going to come back and actually fix this up. So that's the tab list. Now the current index will always be on a 1. However, that being said, if we can see ourselves actually manipulating the tabs through, let's say, props or anything like that, we can implement that functionality where it comes through. If it changes, we'll add a watch and bump up the value and all that kind of fun stuff. That's not hard to do, but at the moment we're thinking this is a dumb sort of component. The only time a tab changes is if a user clicks on it. Pretty fun, easy stuff. So we've got our props. We're happy with that. There's not much we can do at the moment. I need to know what that structure of the props is. I'm not going to move on to anything else. So we're actually going to start building out our folder. And we're going to go tab header, like so. And in here, we're going to create another view component, tab header. That's just going to be a compositional one. And in here, what we need to do is define props. I'm just having another think, like I need to pass down a model from above. So import define model from view. All right, define model, const model equals define model. No. I mean, I can give it a name. That's not going to be a problem. That's all we really need at the moment. So if you're wondering what's going to happen is when someone clicks on a tab, we need to send that information from the tab upstream. That's fairly easy to do. We just, at this level, implement a on-click functionality. Yeah. So to find props, what we've got is we've got const props equals find props. We're going to have, now up here, we've got the tab list. So it's going to be the exact same here. So we're just feeding that data down into this here. And we're quite happy with that. That's not going to be too much of a problem. In the template itself, we're just going to go div class equals, and this will be welc tab header, like so. Down here, we're just going to go welc tab header. This is, I know straight away, we're going to do display flex. Overflow is going to be hidden. Scroll behavior is going to be smooth. I need to test a few things. We'll do that in a minute, but the idea being is if you got enough items, it'll add in its own scroll bar. And you can scroll it. Been a while since I've done that. I think overflow hidden. I'll have to. We'll play around with it in a minute. Now I can do one more layer component. I can do another component and do everything in there and style that component as in the tab header item in there. Or I can do a simple for loop here, which I'm kind of leaning on the for loop for the moment. Now straight away, I can see a role equals tab list, which is what I want to do. Oh. So I'm just having a think. Did I want the index? No, I don't want the index. I want the for. Oh, dot first? No, we don't have a dot first. All right. This is where I need to start setting up the, so if I go to utils, I've got interfaces. So for example, the drop-down interface, or the drop-down item interface, or this interface, in which I am, go new file, I'm going to call this tab header interface .ts. Going to add it in. I'm going to open up one of these. I'm going to copy. I'm just going to paste it in. Don't worry too much about that. I don't know if we need an ARIA label because we'll be using the label itself. The destination we definitely don't need. All right, so we'll get rid of that. We'll get rid of that. We'll get rid of that. We'll get rid of all of that. So one thing I do need is label. That's going to be a string. Sorry, I've mucked this up already. Tab header interface. All right, so I need a label. I need a for. And we're gonna always stick with the I'm just having a think. I'm also looking at the bootstrap stuff. For will be the ID. Yeah, all right. So I'm having a look at the bootstrap stuff. We've got the class name, the ID, which will append tab. At the end. All right, I think that's all I need at the moment. Fingers crossed. Going in with the tab components, what we've got to do, import type. We're going to go tab header interface from utils, interfaces, and tab header interface. All right, we're happy with that. And then this to face comes like that. And this comes like that. And we're happy. It's one of those cases where I need to do that. Nope. All right, it can't find it. Oh my god, Ryder, fucking make up your mind. Can't find module or correspond. Oh, fuck off. Alright, I'm not going to worry about that at the moment. So when this boots up, the reference will take the first tab list type of thing. What the fuck is that going on about? I'll just do that. All right. We'll leave it like that for the moment. Actually, we'll do that for the moment. Props ain't going to be used like that, so we can do that. And we can remove that for the moment. And then this is just going to complain like there's no tomorrow, in which case I'm just going to go, well, fine. But then it's going to be like, oh, you need to use the shorthand, and then it comes up with a, oh my god. Anyway, annoyed at that. So we've got the webs tab component. What we want to also do is do the tab header with vmodel equals, and this is where we're going to use the current tab. Sorry, not the current tab. Oh yeah, no. Vmodel will be the current tab. And we need the props data pass through to, we can just do this with this is perfectly fine. We'll need the tab list equals tab list. All right, we're passing that through. We're then taking that off like that. And then we're going to import the ref from view. We're just going to format our code like that. That should be fine. Why is this now complaining? Tab header interface from no. Do I not need the... Whoops. Sorry, I scrolled down. I didn't see that one up there. I thought the view, this was the top one. All right, no, silly mistake. It's all me. All right, the tab list. I know I need to do something to get this to work. Oh my god, I'm really getting sick of Radar and all that kind of stuff. Alright. We don't need that. And hey, Mohammed, how are you going? I think current tab is commented out, but used in template vmodel equals current tab. Yeah, I don't see that at the moment. All right, so we've got the whelk, we've got the tab headers up here. Tabs container? No, tabs component will work a little bit better. All right, sorry, I'm just having a think in my head. And then what we'll have down here is the tabs body, which will be a slot, but we'll define what the slot is dependent on the current tab. So, for example, if we go into the view slots, we'll have this in here, but the name will be dynamic. And this is where we go, current tab, but we make it dynamic. And I think that's how I'm going to solve this. Tab header vmodel equals current tab. Yeah, that's there. And current tab's up there, being defined. But also I've got to pass through tab list. All right, so I think this is almost done. If we go into the tab header now, so we've got the whelk tab header, and then what I want to actually do is I'm just going to go div class equals, this will be the whelk tab item. And we'll do a for loop for this, but what we want is, we want the label in here, or a label. So I'll just put that in capitals like that. We also need a on click. And vmodel in child component may be wrong if tab header is not emitting update vmodel. What do you mean? Because if you go into view models, that's vmodel bindings. So in here they've got their, oh, hang on. Basic usage. Trying to find parent child. So the parent model will have a V model like that, and the child model will have a defined model like that. So then you can hook it into an input down here or something like that, and that will update upstream automatically. And then in the parent, you store that in a ref. This is a child. The tab header is a child. The tab component is the parent. So the parent will have the ref. You'll pass that down in here like this. And down in here is where we manipulate it in the child. And we'll get into that very shortly. It'll be a very quick function. So this will be function, change tab. We'll have an we'll actually have a for, that'll be a string. That's going to be capital S because, yeah, you And then what we want to do here is we've got to go model.value equals 4. And that's it. Now, why the hell this is having... Oh, I'm not using that. Oh, it's not allowed. All right. New value. And usually it's just... Oh, I've put it there. Yeah, I've got to make that a string. All right, that's fine. That will solve that. The new value will be a string. All that will be fine. This should then... We've got to declare that to always be a string, and that's fine. That is just us going ref. That's just us going VueJS ref as type. That's what we're doing. Oh, all right, no. Yeah, all right, cool. That way the user know that it's always going to be a string. Easy done, or the developer, I should say. That should go down here. Now, model.value. Type string is not assignable to type string. Oh, the inconsistencies. All right. So, going with this, we've got the div, we've got the tab item itself. We're actually going to do something like v4 equals. I don't think we'll need the index. No, item in tab list, like so. All right, we need the key to equal item dot 4. Oh, we haven't actually imported the... All right, cool. So we need to import the type. That will be the tab header interface. Once again, this is just not wanting to find it. I will fix that up at a later date, but in the meantime, I'll do something like that. Or maybe not. So this will be, this is where we just go and copy this with the prototype and all that kind of fun stuff. And we're like, yay. All right, going back down here, we've got the change tab. That's perfectly fine. We'll handle that with that in a minute. So that's going to be that. So that's handling the v4. We've then got the class. We then want to, we actually want to do stuff in a particular order. On click, we want to do that. And in here, we want the label. I think think that's good enough. I don't think we need to bring this down into a lower component level. I think this is neat enough. It's short enough. We don't need the props to be like that. This is very self-contained. We just need to figure all of this out. But before we do, I am going to open up local. I'm going to open up local app. One thing I'm going to do is hopefully on the weekend start splitting this out and making pages specific for testing specific components and stuff like that. In the meantime, I am just going to go H1. This is a datetime. This is a tab component. This is your section ID equals tab. Yeah, this is ridiculous how I'm doing this. This will be 3 basic tabs. And then what I'm going to do, tab component. We'll need some more data in there, but we'll have this is going to have the tab list. We're going to only have 3 tabs at the moment. Hello world. All right, this is going to be just me rushing this through. Second tab. Third tab. All right, so we've got our tab list. What else are we missing? So I don't need to worry about the header. What I now need to worry about is the slot, so the template. So with the template, we're going to do that, and we're going to go hello world, and we're going to go hello world tab. We're just going to cover that a couple of times. We're just going to do something like this, second tab, and then third tab, and second, third. All right. I think that's how we want to set up these tab components. Let's see if everything breaks. All right. I just don't need that. I don't need that. I don't need that. I don't need that. We'll keep those designs open for the moment. We'll keep that design open for the moment. Don't need that. I'll leave that open. Did I shut my... Yeah, I did. All right, not a problem. 5173. So tabs component, hello world, second and third tab. So they're down there at the bottom. And it's not working how I want it to. Okay, not a problem. For starters, I'm actually going to bring this all the way up to the top. Because it's up at the top. Oh wait, when I click on things. All right, it's just when we first come in, we don't have any data. So the tabs don't appear. That's perfectly fine. We'll fix that up right now. So on the tab component, this was actually, I'm glad I gave 10 minutes to think about this, because yeah, that works smooth. I am going to go tab component. We need to import on mounted. We don't need to define ref on mounted. So on mounted, what we need to do is, this is where we need to actually define, oops. So if props.tabList.length is greater than 0, this is where we will actually, we can do this a lot better. It's not 4, is it? No, it is 4. It's just not wanting to find it. Yeah, we can't do it as, all right, no, I'll do this proper. I'm just also thinking 4 might not be the best. It might be better to do something like that. 4ID. But when we're in the tab header, that works perfectly fine. So full value, this is going to be tab header interface. No, stop filling out shit like that. All right, cool. So this will be the props dot tab list and the first one. Now this could also be undefined. Like so. In which case, what I want to do is then I want to go current tab equals for value equals undefined. We are then going to send back an empty string. Otherwise, we're going to say for value dot for. And that should be current tab dot value. Like so. So on mount, it's going to get the first instance and populate it. Once again, for the moment, we're going to do it like that. In the future, if someone's like, no, I want to define default tabbing and stuff like that, I mean, it's possible. I just edit this, I added an extra prop, and everyone's happy. It's not that much harder. It's not going to make it overly complicated or anything like that. So, yeah. Alright, let's test that. So Hello World tab opens up, and then we got the second tab, and then we got the third tab. And look at that, just do its thing. I'm happy with that. Alright, so what we want to do is we're going to have a look at how other people do tabs, and we're going to be like, alright, that's the style we want, and all that kind of stuff. Now, with tabbed content, I'm just wondering if we have it in its own little card type of situation. So, thus it's connected. Don't know. I mean, I can do both. By default, I can say, I can have no borders. And then if someone wants borders, they can pass through a class called border, in which case then I'm like, yeah, all right, cool. Render out the borders. These are going to be the borders. I'm just trying to think with how I would use this for NearBeach. And if we go to the mockup, we're going to have it like down here, and it's going to replace the cards. The cards don't have borders. I do like that dotted border for the documentation. So I'm just having a quick think how I want to tackle this. So I know that there's an ad break going to start very, very shortly. I'm just thinking of the CSS. So we've got the tab components. And just as I restart. All right. All right. I'm now just thinking of design. It's working. That's great. I'm happy at least. And fairly uncomplicated when you think about it. I will need a document to the user being like the for should be treated as an ID. So use this as IDs. These are dumb components. I'm probably not going to do any computed formatting or anything like that. If I were to do that, then I would need to break that down into a component and pass through those variables down into part of the component. It becomes hectic. In which case then I've got an emit going up from down there because that will actually house the correct sort of formatting for that. Yeah, it's a no-no. It's disgusting. What else? Yeah. Alright, yeah, I just got to play around with it now. So, yeah, welcome back everyone. We are going to play around with it. So, we had Bootstrap open before, and I know I've just closed it, so get Bootstrap. Because they've got working examples. No, that's list group. Here we are. So they've got something like that. I think that will work. It being in a card and stuff like that. If we have a look at this Tailwind design, I think it being in a card will work perfectly fine. If we have a look at this, they've also got it looking like it's in a card. I like the line underneath and stuff like that. Later on, we might want to add in little pills and stuff like that. But for the moment, we're not worried. So I have gotten a lot of messages. I'm going to ignore my phone. So yeah, I think something simple. I think something like that is going to be nice. Yeah, just something nice. It doesn't need to be fancy or anything like that. That looks nice. I'm just thinking later on. No, we want to keep it as simple as possible so the user can go, all right, these are the fields coming through. This is all of this, and yeah, get this all connected up. All right, cool. So what we want in here is we've got a couple of components. We'll also have underneath that the welk, I'm in the wrong one. So this is the div, this is the web. All right, cool. So the welk tab item, like so. I'm just gonna go background hot pink. All right, we're just doing it. All right, we've got it like that. All right, cool. Yeah, that's just give me some variation between that and the other one. All right, so we'll have that. We'll also need to determine whether or not it is selected. And this is where we need compute functionalities also. So import, define model, type prop type from view. We'll also prop type. Oh yeah, she's there. All right, that's fine. Computed. All right, we're just gonna go down. Actually, these I like to. So this is going to be a const. This is going to be the tab item, and I've got to double check a couple of these things. So that's a tab list. And then I've got a presentation and then a button. Ooh. Socks. Did you fall over? I don't know where she went. So these are single items. Class, key, on click, role equals presentation. All right, cool. And then in here we'll have a button. This will be class equal nav item link, a welk. Like so, we're just gonna paste that into there and we're happy with that for the moment. Now, return item 4 equals model.value. Now, either way, this will be a welk tab item. Like that. All right, sorry, it's late at night. I'm sorry, I should be saying what I'm doing out aloud. But it's just my brain's slowing down. So what I'm doing here is I want to select the ones that are active. So with CSS, I can flag it so the user know it is active at the moment. Now, whether or not their class is currently active, we've got the aria selected equals true. That we can actually do inside the form itself when it renders out the things. So we've got the buttons like this. So we've got the presentation and then we've got the buttons. I'm sorry, I've got the bootstrap stuff on the right. I'm just actually having a look at how they've structured things. So I'm just having a look at all of this stuff that they've got. So they've got the class, which we've got our own class. They've got the ID, which we don't require at all. If people want IDs in there, it's not hard to actually implement it. Yeah, it won't be hard for it to be implemented. We've got the database, which is the toggle and target, which we're not worried about. We've got the type. They've got the type. I haven't got the type in. All right, easy done. The role is just going to be a tab. All right, easy done. Aria. Controls equals. Now that's going to be what it's controlling. So that should have the ID in there, which is the 4. And then we've got aria selected, which is just going to be model.value equals item.4. Easy done. Now it's going to throw up a thing. Yeah, all right, so what we need to do, up here in the computer tabs, we're going to get const aria selected equals compute, and then we're just going to return item 4 equals model dot value. It's just going to be as simple as that, and then what we want to do is area selected item 4. That should be returning a bool. There we go. All right, that's really annoying. Oh my god. This expression is not callable. Type boolean has no call signatures. All right. It's fine if I do that. All right. We do want to state whether or not it is selected. That's for the screen readers. And we pass through item 4, which we know is going to be a string. Like so. Oh, now that's throwing up an error. Okay, let's do some Googling. VueJS TypeScript, area selected, computed type issues. All right. Oh, all right. That's fine. We'll just do that. And then that's going to throw up a problem. Yeah, it mustn't like the item 4. Okay, I'm going to leave it like that. Less hassle. Is selected. No constitution type. True or false, it's callable. Or do it inline. Yeah, probably the correct approach. I think that's just it. And we just leave it like that. That's fine. All right, so we've got the tab item. Now, we're not probably going to do much with this unless it is selected, but also we'll have a button underneath. We'll also do the and. Was it the class active? Yep. I'm just doing that just to make sure this works. So I'm just going to reload everything. So the is active isn't there. I'm just clicking on that one. Alright, that is not appearing, but if I do active, it will appear. Tab item classes. I think in this case it's meant to be like that. No, all right. But if we put in the active, yeah, that does appear there. So I'm just having a quick think how I could tackle this. So where I'm just going to put console logs in. Am I passing? I'm not that's all right. I am an idiot at times. I need to pass through the item for. And that's having a problem. Tell you what, we're just going to do what's down here. We're just going to simplify it. I think that's just going to be easier for us. We get rid of that. We get rid of the computed. We get rid of it up here. Hopefully people can read this and go, yeah, that makes sense. If I go refresh, I click on the second tab, third tab. Yeah, that's just working faster. Which I am very happy about. All right. Sorry, I was just thinking about my chilies again. All right. So we've got all of this, we've got all of this, we've got all of this, we've got all of this. We're all happy with this. We just now need to start spacing this out. And what we could potentially do is with the styles, we've got the particles again. We're going to go up here, we're going to go under here, and we're going to go tab variables. .css. And once again, we just do this at the root. And very similar to this sort of definition, we're going to fill out things that we want to actually have in there. So one of the things is tab buttons. There's Wilk. This is tab. This would be button. Margin. And what I want to do, I'm going to go one rem. I'm going to go Wilk tab button top. And Hypnotic Games, how are you going? Good day, you gunts. Good dunce, sorry. You do have to pronounce the D. Yeah, how are you going? How have you been? How was your stream, by the way? I'm just realizing I was actually watching you. I now gotta lurk somewhere else. Time for productive? Oh, fair enough, fair enough. Yeah, I am working on Welk. So yeah. Yeah, allergies are flaring out. Oh, fair enough. Yeah, alright, cool. Little spiel. Hi, my name is Robotic Head. I'm working on a project management system called NearBeach. You're actually seeing it right now. We're actually using NearBeach to help build NearBeach. It is currently at a this certain stage, and what we're actually trying to do is refactor it this year to get rid of all our technical debt. I've had to essentially build up a VueJS component library, a very shell of a component library called Welp UI, because after I do the refactor for NearBeach and make it look pretty and nice again, I am going to probably build something else, and I want to use those components elsewhere. So yeah, that's what we're working on today. Yeah, so we've been slightly building stuff. Please ignore the fact that this looks like rubbish. This is just me throwing components at the screen and just testing that they're working. For example, if we actually click on these tabs, you'll notice that this changes down here and we've got a pink background. I might just get rid of all the buttons and all that kind of stuff from this. This is just a test sort of environment. Think of it like in-game dev, like a gym. Or not a gym, a museum. So I'm just showing out what everything is, and yeah, we're just working through the testing and stuff like that. I'll actually move this and sort of deal with the dev side of things, because these sort of things I can just sort of build a different page for each of the components for those who are testing, so they can test properly. Changing when clicking buttons down, next level deving, yep. So yeah, these are actually happening now. So yeah, the idea now is I want to actually style this so it looks a lot nicer. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So what I'm going to also do is with the main, I'm actually going to do the background as a darker color. So I'm going to pick this color just because it was at the top of the field. Ooh, all right, we actually want that to be Oh, this is part of the main. All right, give me 2 seconds. I've just got to do a couple bits of clean up in here. Once again, yeah, this is just, think of it as a, what did I say before, museum? Yeah, museum. I've been watching some game dev videos, you can tell. Nothing serious, I was just curious. Yeah. Alright, so I've got that. I want then the local styles. I want the body margin to be 0. I don't know why it's not all the way. It's not all the way up to the top because of that H1. That's not a problem. We can deal with that. I will then want width to be 100% view width, and I want the height to be 100% view height, and I want the background color to be that lovely blue. Oh, piss. No, I selected that lovely blue. All right, now it's always press Control plus. I mean, what the? Anyway, there we go. There's a reason why I've picked the blue. Don't worry. I'm rocking homegrown SFC compiler in C#. That compiles it on the fly. Ooh, well, fair enough. Yeah, I use a lot of C# during the day. So yeah, I do a lot of Embraco websites for my 9 to 5. I actually quite like C#. It's certainly grown on me. Well, the whole .NET stuff has certainly grown on me. And this is coming from a Linux user, so yeah. All right, I'm not worried about the local app. There's a reason why I've done that color change. So if we go back into the tabs component, what we're going to do is we're going to go background color, and we are going to use a variable, and we're going to use a background. Yeah, we're just going to use background. What is it called again? Right, color variables. I know. Welk background. Yes, I changed it. There it goes. So that's why I've done it like that. So we can actually see what that component will look like against a different background. I like to use either hot pink or a dark color or something like that. That clearly means it isn't meant to be like that. So yeah. Yeah, so much in it, you hardly need to download so many libs. Yeah, we all know about the npm planet download situation, yes. And that's also another thing, is I'm trying to make Welk as light as possible. So thus, hopefully, and I know this isn't going to probably happen, I'm going to try and have as few dev dependencies as possible. Sorry, not dev dependencies, few dependencies as possible. I do know I might need Luxon or any other sort of JavaScript time thing. Should have seen me last stream. I got really angry at JavaScript and time. I've never gotten angry at JavaScript before. Oh, we've hit an ad. All right, so yeah, during the ads, I tend to pause stream for a bit. I don't know if you got ads or not. That's perfectly fine. But for those who do have ads, we pause the stream for them. For those on YouTube, we run ads every half an hour. That's just to stop the pre-rolled ads because the pre-rolled ads suck. So yeah, I'm just going to solve the queue for a bit. So yeah, whilst we're doing this, hopefully everyone's going well. It is Friday. I'm probably going to go for another 15 to half an hour. Depends how I go. I do kind of want to get the tab sort of started. Yeah. So that way I can not worry about them over the weekend or anything like that. So yeah, I'm trying to get as many of these components out that I need right now for NearBeach. So that's hopefully next stream I can start doing the API, and then I can start building up the new project functionality in new NearBeach and stuff like that. So yeah, I like to say it's a little bit of juggling because I got to could do. I've got to do a few bits over here with this, a few bits over here, a few bits over here, a few bits over here, and stuff like that, and just to get stuff started. So yeah. Anyway, welcome back, and I'll catch up with chat too. Yeah, so much. Oh yeah, I read that. I rarely get ads on Twitch. Oh, fair enough. I do know, and I found this out last year in January. I had a few New Zealand streamers chatting, and they're like, we haven't got a single ad at all. And I'm like, yeah, it's after Christmas, you New Zealanders. Well, it's lunchtime here, so I'll tip. Oh, yeah, that's perfectly fine. Anyway, thank you very much for coming by. So, yeah. All right. Let's jump over here. So yeah, we're just using a background color at the moment. So what I want to do is I kind of want to set this up so it's very similar to the cards. In fact, we could potentially put this in a card, but I don't want to do that for a number of reasons. Because if I change the card, it then changes this, and it might not be what I want. So I'm trying to keep them somewhat separate. So I'm just having a look at this and seeing that, cool. Yeah, this is super simple, the card component. We're going to copy the same thing. Done. So we've got the border radius. There we go. We've got that lovely sort of radius. We now just need to do a little bit of CSSing. So, oh yeah, for those on Twitch, if you do exclamation point dropped followed by your favorite emoji, I'm going to do Max Shock. You can play the drop game. We got to beat Nightbot. Nightbot usually cheats. Let's just say that. Alright, so we've got the components. I'm just trying to think how the buttons themselves, I also want to stop making them look like that. I'm also having a look at this. Yeah, they got it like that. You got an A thing. We want a button. The button won't do anything. I might move the on click to the button itself. Where am I? Where am I? I'm over here. All right, I'm gonna do that because that makes sense. Oh. Why did it drop that? That was weird. All right, so that's like that. What we kind of want to do with the buttons, we want them displaying differently. So if I find my tab eventually, there we go. If I find this, what we kind of want is border, background. Essentially none. Border, essentially none. Yeah. We do want a bit of margin. And I kind of want kind of like that. I'm going to zoom in so you guys can understand what I'm doing. So I kind of want that. Also, you'll notice that there's a square thing up here. Now I'm having a look at this. I'm just going to change the colors. kind of like that. I'm just going to change the color of it selected. So it goes to primary. Though I can see people wanting to actually change it and all that kind of fun stuff, and I'm like, oh, all right. So what I want to do is I want to jump into here. I want to go, all right, cool. So I'm liking the padding. If I just zoom out so it's not so zoomed in. I won't do as big a padding as that. That's just ridiculous. Like that. All right, cool. So that's looking a lot better. So in the tab variables, we've got the button margin 0.5 as default. And then margin, we want top, right, bottom, and left. And then the top, sorry, well, I'm gonna sneeze. You want that? Yep. The right margin, we actually want 1 REM. Yeah, we want that, and then the left tab, we want the right margin, button right margin, like so. And the idea, if you're wondering why am I doing this sort of crazy layout, is I've got a couple of defaults, and the idea is the end user will be able to change these defaults and they'll pass on through. Yeah, and that's pretty much it. They might actually want to change all of these, or they might want to just change this one, or they might want to change this one, and I'll allow them. Ooh, all right. On YouTube, that's saying this one is not allowed. I'm just going to go up to that one. Sweet. Cool. All right, so what I want to do is I want to go back to the tabs header. We want to go back to the button, and we want to go margin, and then we're just going to have to import them all in. So work, tabs. Sometimes it's just easier just to copy this, paste it. And then just copy this. And then go through and actually name it appropriately. So we got the top, and then we got the right, and then we got the bottom, and then we got the left. And then we just got to do that. So that will handle the margin. As for the active, what we want to do is we want to go color. It's going to be var, and then we want to go welk primary. So that, or maybe secondary. We also want to do a hover. Oh no, let's, do I want to do a hover? No, I don't. So we've got, I'm just going to refresh this. We've got this now, but those buttons aren't showing what I want. Oh, I can get rid of that class. Yeah, I can get rid of that class because we've got the button and that's perfectly fine. Like that. Oh, I haven't. Yep. No. This is where you got to hook everything up. So we need styles, and then particles. Down under here, we're going to go import particle. Yeah. I think I'm going crazy. Just give me 2 seconds. It does say tab variables down there, but they're freaking... I'm just... I think I found something today. Give me 2 seconds. Some of the auto fill stuff is just ticking me off. Got it. I need to update that. That's perfectly fine. I am not going to install any of those. Installed. Model context protocol, server for IntelliJS, IDs, this is a plugin, that, alright. So some of the, I'm just gonna, I don't need those. Don't need Angular, don't need Bun, don't need Cucumber. I'm just gonna disable all of those. I know the ESLint one, I've got to come back and turn that back on, but for the moment, that's perfectly fine. It's just this autofill stuff is clashing constantly. And that autofill one was incorrect. It put table instead of tab. And I'm just like, what the hell? Anyway. Oh, I need to turn back on the view stuff. Damn it. Alright. Plugins. Installed. VueJS, enable. I will enable that. Alright, and that should be it. I'll just go apply it. Alright, not now. Oh, I've got to restart it anyway. Alright, cool. Anyway, not a problem. It's not popping back up. Alright, is it taking its time? No. Alright, and we're back. So, if we go into here, the margin is working. Oh, actually, I want to change that to padding. I just realized I don't want margin. I've done, that's a mistake. I wanted padding. Alright, so, where am I? In here. It's just going to take me too long. I'm just going to cheat. The same thing with the tabs thing, which tabs header interface. No, not what I want. I've closed. Trying my hardest. All right, so components. As part of the tabs component, there's a part of tabs header. Here we go. And what we want to do is we're just going to find and replace right there. Easy done. So now we've got big fat buttons, and we all love big fat buttons. We are going to make sure that those buttons, border, none, background, none. Part of me thinks that yeah, part of me thinks a couple of things. Whether or not we should put that information within the variables, because someone might want to change these buttons look, but at the same time, I'm leaning on no. Anyway, we'll fix this all up in a second. The other thing we've got to do is, with this, we need to add in a little bit of padding on the left, and it's going to be for REM is too big. I think the problem is because of the rounded edges and so forth like that. I think that should work perfectly fine. So we've got the tab header. What we want to do, padding left, we're going to go 0.75 rem. Oops, I mistyped that, didn't I? I'm going to come back and actually put these in variables. I'm going to just shove everything in at the moment because it is getting rather late here. Yeah, I just want to get through this as much as possible. So what we want to do is, when this is on active, I'm noticing that the text is not changing at all, which is not a problem. I'm just going to put that down here and got active. Then we want the button, and then we want color. It's going to be the Wilk secondary, like that. All right, success. Yep. The other thing is border color. This is where we're going to change this. It'll be none at the top, none at the right. It will be var welk success down at the bottom, and then none on the left. And then it'll going to be border style is going to be solid. We're not going to worry about making different things. Border width going to be 1 pixel. And then it is going to be border going to be none. Yeah, that color's got to be 1. All right, cool. Going to be 0 pixel, 0 pixel, 0, 0, 1 pixel, 0. It's going to be like that. All right. All Kind of like that. That's going to be good. We might bump it up to 2 pixels. Probably. Surprising what the difference a single frickin' pixel makes sometimes. I don't know how designers do this. It's just, I can't fathom how this all works. Alright, cool. We've got that. Another thing which I kind of want to do is a border at the bottom. So border, bottom. We're just going to go 1 pixel, dash, var, welk. It won't be... Yeah. Yeah, that's way too light. I don't like that. It's way too light. I don't like that. Once again, these are temporary colors. What we'll actually end up doing is most likely opening up this, putting them all in here, setting stuff up, and then others can come in and actually change those colors. So yeah. I'm trying to get something that looks nice. I don't like the dashed. I'm not gonna lie. I tried it, just don't like it. That's fine. I like that a little bit better. I like the fact that the border itself does give that little raise there. We need a hover. Yeah. Just a little bit of a hover. Now I've got to dismiss that ad in a minute. So the instant they hover over the button, we're going to give it a particular color. So this will be and hover background color equals var. We're going to use welk background, success hover just for the moment. And we need to also go color is going to be var welk text red. Yeah, look at that. However, we're going to do nothing if it's already selected. So down here with the button, we're going to go at hover. We're going to go background color, none, and color is going to be var welk success. Actually, we don't need to do anything like that. Background. Still going to be none. Okay, I like that. Easy, it's simple. It probably looks really, really horrible to all those designers out there. I mean, I'm hitting all bases now. So, yeah. Other things that I've got to do is, you'll notice with the Hello World, the overflow doesn't work quite well. That's where we've got to deal with the overflow. All right, cool. CSS overflow. I'm just going to do that. So overflow hidden or clip. Nah, clip didn't work. Oh, scroll. All right. White space, no wrap. I remember that one. There's a bunch of other things which I did in the past. Probably in here. Scroll bar color. We've got all of that. All right. No. We also need clip overflow. All right, ad starts in dismiss. We've got 14 minutes left of pre-rolls. Twitch. All right, the clip value moderately properly similar to overflow. I've done this so many times and I keep forgetting what it is. Come on, visible hidden. Content is clipped and scroll bars are always added both horizontally and vertically, whether or needed or not. All right, we don't need that then. So the over will be clipped. White space is, yeah, all right. Definitely gonna have to look into that at another day. Yeah. I'm just trying to think. I'm actually getting very tired. Sorry. We're gonna rate someone in a second. I don't like that. Don't. Anyone who's a graphics designer, I know you're cringing at the moment. Don't worry. I don't like that. I know it's looking horrible, but I'm just trying to get everything in place first before I can sort of polish it up. I will probably have a look at the colors I've got already, see what I can do with them. I need to kind of expand the colors that I've already got. There's a bunch of stuff I gotta do. All right, not a problem. What? The ad break just started. All right. Swear to you, that wasn't 5 minutes. But that's annoying. All right. I know some of you are going to be in ads. We'll do this till you're out of ads. In the meantime, I can have a look at who's streaming. We can jump into is that guy in English? Hopefully that person's in English. Yeah, all right, they're in English. Yeah. All right, I know who we're gonna raid in in a second. All right, cool. Anyway, I am going to copy that. I am going to raid. Cool. Anyway, thank you very much everyone for being here tonight. It has been wonderful. We got a lot done. I've got to do the tab still, but not to worry. At least they're kind of working. They just look horrible. So hopefully during the weekend I'll have a look at the designs. I also got to probably think about colors and stuff like that, and variation of colors, and set this whole library up correctly around that information. So yeah, there's still a lot to do. You do stuff here, and it's just you're juggling. So yeah. Anyway, thank you very much, everyone. We are going to raid, and I'll put it back on the workstation. We are going to raid Mr. D-Boy. It looks like they're building their own Stardew Valley situation. So yeah, let's go raiding on through. And for those on YouTube, terribly sorry you won't be able to follow us, but thank you very much for being here. Don't forget to like and subscribe because it does help the channel. Thank you.